Mic check, 1, 2. Hello, hello. Chat test. Okay, that's alright. Everything's fine, let's go. So, we are today going to continue the work that we started. Okay, obviously. Excuse me. Yeah, we were going to continue our work on the scriptable painter, which has now a new name, yeah. But I'm still not through with all the naming. Still have to look something up with Adobe Photoshop. Is up, yeah. So in Adobe, we're going to complete our task of renaming the asset into Scriptable Painter, which is the name that I eventually did go with. Now, why don't I call this a brush anymore, the system? Because a brush is just the brush inside of here, and a painter is the whole thing, yeah? That's the idea behind it. That's why I think Scriptable Painter is in the terminology it's very good, and it's short. Yeah, it's only 2 words. Yeah, I was yesterday seeking a lot of things that had a lot of 3 words, and I can also thank the chat to come up with the second word, painter. Here, Scriptable was my thing that I wanted to get in there because it's the most descriptive thing, but I think the painter is a good description for the whole system, which is really good. And the whole name is then supposed to be Scriptable Painter, a customizable prefab brush-based system. Yeah, maybe we're going to change that one 5 or 7 times. But we're getting somewhere. So the name, I also get to the phase where I shouldn't rename this anymore. Probably are going to if I suddenly come up with another crazy idea for a name. But with this name, it checks most boxes. Yeah, I think the only thing that would be more desirable would be a shorter word for scriptable, because scriptable is just a very long technical term, and that is going to put down a lot of people. Okay, let's just look up scriptable synonyms. Okay. Literally. Literary. Okay. Okay. Citable. Scripted. Program. Okay. All these words are long and very technical. I think they are not better. Algorithmic. Codable. I think codable would also be. Codable might be better. Codable might be better. Because it's script able, code able. Okay, they have the same amount of syllables, so that's not a thing. Codable is just shorter. I think the readability of script able and codeable changes. There's one box, codeable doesn't doesn't check. And that is it's also very technical. That would turn off artists who don't try to make something with a script. Extendable. Customizable. Yeah. With customizable, when I read customizable and I see something in the asset store, I would actually think that that is in there because you can customize the brush radius. Because everything, nearly every brush is customizable in some way. But you don't, but that doesn't mean you can write your own scripts. So codable is cool. Let's maybe check that. And maybe every time somebody comes into the chat, I will just ask them the question, what sounds better? Scriptable painter or codable painter? And that's going to be the question of the day. And there are some pros for both. Scriptable painter. I'm not sure. Codable painter sounds grammatically wrong. I think it's grammatical okay. Somehow it sounds weird. Codable painter. But maybe that's because I'm not an English speaker. At least not native. And extendable. Extendable would be cool. Extendable. Because only I just don't like that it has so many syllables. It's a long word. Not expendable. Extendable. Extendable. Let's look up synonyms for that. No, extendable, not extendable. Okay, extendable. First problem is it's very similar to expendable, which is kind of cool, I guess. Okay, extendable. Now all these words are more into the physical properties of extending, rather than the extendable, like in inheritance. That's odd. Kind of hard to find. Yo. Yeah, they're all into flexible or something. Yeah, that's not what I want. I could also imagine modular painter, but that's I think that's just a bad compromise between hey, this attracts coders, it doesn't turn off artists. Mhm. Yeah. We could just get rid of scriptable. Just name it painter. One word. It's just one word. It's better that way. Um, extendable painter. Uh, hmm. Oh yeah. Complementary painter. Okay, I think all these terms are not technical, so that's no problem. Modular. Let's see synonyms for that. Flexible, yeah, flexible again. Okay, adjustable. No. Portable. Would that actually would work. That would be would un unbalanced, unsteady painter. Okay, there's a lot of funny options here. Um, station. Hmm. Modular. Modular. As in movable? What the hell? Adjustable. I think adjustable is just like customizable to generic. Has to um as a scripter myself. I would like to see a keyword there. Yeah. Just the keyword that doesn't turn off artist like that. That's the thing. Okay. And we turn off oh. Um how do I deal with that? Need to get rid of a window. Okay, so just had my WhatsApp open on the right side, and that's it. Something. Even though I don't have anything that I need to hide, I encourage people looking for the privacy. Um, and you should only check that if there's something critical going on. It's just the same as at the workspace, like that you don't look at the messages or browsing history of your employers. Only if there's if you if something in Europe there's a law, you can only do that if you document why you do it, and there's a very security relevant reason, like something someone is giving out security relevant information or secret information, like how you do your processes or about other people, giving that out the workspace. Then you can track that, of course. But normally I would always insist that it is transparently communicated that that's not possible. Yeah. And in the end, you have to look at the productivity of every worker at the end. So even if the worker has sometimes an off time and doesn't just chills or does something, look something up in, just procrastinates. Yeah. It's only a problem once the productivity is too low, I think. Yeah. And it would be nice if we would then try to get up the productivity by positive reinforcement. Yeah, like, and negative reinforcement, like you punish people only if there's something critical all going on, like yeah, what I just said, giving out information. If they don't work at all, there's people who don't work at all. You just see that over the months, over a month, they just don't do any work. Yeah? And then there's, I think these people, don't even get negative reinforcement. They just should get hired. And once you have them, I think one of 10 people can be like that, and then you can just carry them. Maybe 2 out of 10, then you have your 2080 percentile. But then the worst thing at workspaces is people with negative productivity. It sounds hard to achieve, but it's easily possible when you have people who are causing more problems with their behavior in tech and make more work because you have to fix their stuff than what they actually do. Actually, had one of those guys. The cook was once I was able to get rid of one of those guys, and I was really happy about that because I really complained about the guy. He was just tired, and I was the only programmer, and all his merge requests had problems, and then he was pushed. And then yeah, that's when I say he has to get out. And thankfully, they were still listening to me then. But then there was another guy, and that guy was a friend with the boss. Yeah, no way to get rid of them him then. No knowledge at all, just sitting in meetings, costing time. Yeah. So I think he just had the wrong job there. Since nowadays IT is very attractive to everybody. I would still say or most people get stay away from IT if you don't want to dig deep. Okay. Oh, componential. That's cool. It's completely wrong for what we are doing, but that's a cool word. Modable. That's actually. I think modable is just cooler. Yeah. Let's throw in more things here. Modable, painter, and modular painter. Okay. Think we're getting somewhere. Pretty much sure that that the painter is cool. Just have to see which first word is the best. Hmm. 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 Modable is the best. So maybe let's rename the project again. Which is going to be completely bullshit. Because every time I go in here and have close the project, rename everything, every class. Just like Modable more. It's short. It's a good. It's understandable for scripters that they can change things in here, but it doesn't turn off artists. I think for an artist is the best name. Yeah, I would like to make a survey, but I don't have enough people. And time. Okay, let's define how would you do the survey the right way. Do it on Reddit. Ask friends is always kind of meh thing. When I tried the worst thing that where I was testing with was with family. That's just people who are just completely out of the space the customer group. So I actually didn't get much good intel from that. I also had more given a game once to a programmer, and he complained that he didn't find the jump key, and the jump key was on spacebar. So, but yeah, that was actually a problem. Yeah. So I still didn't was not able to find a cool way to print out what key binding is on what, because in the game you want to be able to just in a tutorial to have a text here. You if you have your platform player moves here and doesn't know how to jump, you have a text here that tells this press button with the correct button name to jump. And now that would be easy if you actually know what kind of devices you're actually using. So the game was controllable with a controller. So you can't just put in a string with all the bound keys, since the controller would have another set of commands. Yeah. To look up if I even, but because words say that word is not okay. Oh, it's with double D. Okay, but it still doesn't find it. Modable with two D's. Is that even a thing? Modable. Modable. Modable? And they write it with a double D. Okay. I don't know why it's with double D though. Modable. Yeah, then with Modable, it's another native speaker thing where I'm not sure if people people understand Modable or if that word even exists. Yeah, and with a lot of programming related words, it's harder to find references to them or scientific data because Modable is a word that didn't exist 20 years ago. No, 20 years was 2005. 30 years ago. Doom was out then and Doom had mods. 40 years ago. Yeah. So um yeah, but I think the word in 2005 this word would be defined. Yeah. Okay. So they write modable with double D. They're all moddable. I don't know why, but with double D, the word doesn't look that good. I can't explain why. I read Moddable and it's. I think Modular Painter is out. Modular. I think that's a nice idea. That Modular is kind of meh. Moddable. Mod some synonyms. Okay, and of course they don't have the right synonyms because they don't think in the programming space. As in new. No, not really. Oh, so this list is wrong. No. This is another word for mod. Modern. Current. Flash. Flash Painter. Yeah. Okay, 20 Painter. Ooh, yeah. High-tech. High-tech Painter. Yeah, let's go for the AI Painter. Oh no, yeah, that's the correct thing. Oh. Yeah, that's the best name. His name would be AI Painter. Yeah. Okay. I think modulus. Yeah, these synonym sites all have no clue what a mod is. Which is kind of understandable and expected, but it's also outdated. It's kind of. I thought a mod is so widely known that like, nowadays probably would be able to know what a mod is. This synonym site gets a little bit close with widget, device, gadget, tool. Yeah, tool painter. Yeah. And there's also also one thing that I realized is that actually it's not a prefab painter because the prefabs are defined in here. Yeah, but they are also only referenced in the brush. So the brush also defines the erase function. I think these buttons have to go, unfortunately. So all the work for them is kind of meh. I have to think about these buttons. Yeah, Because right now they don't even work. I don't know why though. I think this is a bug. That looks like a bug. Like in 108. No, maybe 9090. I don't think that this rotates anything. I have the feeling like, oh, because the rotation is overwritten. Ah. And it's overwritten per frame. Yeah. Okay. Ah. So I need to add those. Okay, don't make this a task. Add custom rotation to to algorithm rotation. Yeah, so it's not that good. So I need to make another change. Make make base brush class abstract. Yeah, that's something I need to think about. Would it need to be an interface? No. No. Question mark. It feels right to make the base class abstract. I don't but I don't know if it would load in here. Because currently the base class just works. And with some custom code you wouldn't want to, for example, change the erase function. The erase function in most cases, now where I'm drawing on root. I'm drawing on root. Is the eraser not working on root? No, it's not working on root. Okay, that's a problem. Yeah. Make eraser work on root. Yeah, that sucks. That sucks because that's a lot of work. And we're getting somewhere. And we'll be at least in this space where I say that's too much. Where all the fields are finished and we just at 90% of at 10% of the work. Oh. When the programmer thinks he has done 90% of the work, he has 90% of the work ahead. that's a saying. I don't think I don't think that's true for every programmer. I don't know how much work I've had, to be honest. Because I'm just trying to get through the list. And every time I try to just go through the list, I come up with a new task. And I think that just increases the quality. The quality is right. I think we're on the right track. There's also one thing. Next month I will have to release and not so positive that I will release in the best state possible. It's probably going to be a version 1 release that is going to be changed. It sucks, but I guess because I could just see things. The next thing is you don't have to have objects here. You could also make this a terrain brush when you go in here, and that means it's not a prefab brush anymore. And in the base brush, it just has to define the correct functions. And there's one algorithm in one thing in the algorithm over here where I think it needs to adjust what if this is a terrain brush. The brushes in terrain texture. And I won't be able to solve this in time. And it's too far from the original idea. Where the original idea is that this would only be able to do prefabs. And now the code and modularity has become so advanced, I think, that it is also possible to think about a terrain brush. So there's going to be a change. Because currently the points in here, every point that has been drawn, this is the center point, and then it makes a circle and draws the points around the center on this plane. Yeah, this is how it works. And there's an algorithm inside of this mapping that tells the system how to map each point to the world. So currently it just takes the points and rotates them to the axis. Yeah? That's why the rotation that is inside of here, and this cool thing is that this doesn't work because the algorithm will just rotate the objects by itself and override that. That's cool. But it's uncool that it doesn't work anymore with the rotation. But if you have a terrain brush, like this is a texture, this is just one texture, then you just need the center point. Then you wouldn't need to write the 2D matrix function anymore. So in the mapping, I've got an idea to do that. And that would be really cool. It would be cool, but I don't know if it's possible. And I don't know if it's possible. Scriptable Painter is also extension idea. Extension idea. Version 1.1 idea, because this will be different. Mapping mapping metrics to world algorithm uses the same algorithm as the main algorithm, which I have to find the name. Let's look that up. As get target intersection. So that you basically make plane here, plane normal. And it would be nice if you could reuse the part where you make this plane in this list. Either that's kind of a question mark, yeah? It doesn't have to. You still need to define your own function here. You just want to have a point, and then you make your matrix, and it's different from the point. Want to do something custom. That is possible to be defined. I think we also have continuous work. That's my fork, damn. Oh yeah, I have a thought. Second, full rotation possible. Terrain brush. Yeah. Texture terrain brush. Yeah. So I want to make a second mapping algorithm with the texture terrain brush. It's going to be tough. Yeah. But I just want to do, that's going to be the second task, and that will be. No. That's going to be version 1.1. Oh no. That's feature creep. That's absolutely a must have. No, it's not. Yeah, but for version 1.1 thing, to just make a terrain brush, it can draw on a flat plane, yeah. So target to plane. Yeah. It's something for the future. So we still need a second. Make a texture terrain brush. Yeah. That's something that I want to be able to do, but that's the extension. Extension 1.1 and the extension 1.0. That is what the reason we written the brush parallax brush. Yeah, that's going to be the 1.0 extension. The 1.1 extension is the terrain brush. So the base system has a should have a prefab brush, also a terrain brush. Yeah, so there's going to be some questions that then are going to be solved in the future. I just have to make the work to be able to make the texture brush. Yeah, so that might be why there's going to be some changes in the algorithm and the brush. Yeah, that's where the two important things happen. And then also the toolbars probably going to have some changes. It's also a thing. Wait, let me try something else. Okay, flipping works. Because just does something to the scale. In version 1.1, I'm not going to do this now. It's super easy to do, but I have to avoid feature creeps, so that's why I write it down. Make a scale adjustment hotkey. Why? Because it's cool to have. I saw that other people had that, and that's something that I'm like, yeah, it would be cool to have.
Hey bud, I might go back to sleep.
Hey bud. Hey. How?
Just waking up.
Oh, hi. Hey, I have a question before you go back to sleep. You're still sleepy or something? Must be. Oh, it must be 5 o'clock. 5:26 or something.
70.
70. Oh,
30.
okay. Good that I didn't become a mathematician. Now I'm a coder. That's it's not much better. No, you shouldn't become a coder with bad math skills. Okay, I have a question for you. Which of the three options over here sound best to you? Codable Painter, Scriptable Painter, or Moddable Painter? Which one is the one you would pick? For as in the name for the full asset. Codable Painter, Scriptable Painter, or Moddable Painter?
Maybe codable or scriptable.
Oh, why don't you like Moddable? Yeah, I always said something about Moddable and like it sounds wrong. But you have to pick one. You have to pick one. Only one, because only can be one name. If it's scriptable against codable, I would pick codable because I think codable is easier to read and it's actually one letter shorter, so that's not much, but yeah. They have the same amount of syllables. I was a little bit worried about Codable though, because I'm not a native speaker, so my feeling of what feels right and wrong in the English language is not as good as yours.
They can overwrite classes to change it right.
The asset name. The asset name is unique, it's static, and you cannot override it. You you mean in the system? In this system you can override the mapping and the brush. Yeah, that's
I mean just to use the asset.
yeah. So you can.
Hello, was programmers do.
Hello, hi. Okay. We're speaking English right now, so I'm speaking English generally here in this chat right now because I also have English viewers, but I'm probably programming an asset for the Unity asset store right now. Yeah. And Havens, to answer the question specifically, you would override the mapping algorithm and the brush algorithm. So this is the intended use. Depends. The base system is supposed to be for free, and then I will write extensions that you can buy. Yeah. So the base idea is you can have this. What you see here is for free. Yeah. Have a brush that can paint in prefabs, and this is going to be for free. Yeah. So that I have a base, and people don't need to buy the extensions actually. With that, you can just script your own things, so you actually wouldn't need to buy the extension, but you would still save time and support me a little bit for all the work that has been done with the base, because the base is the hardest thing. And what this does is you can define your own algorithm. Like you can see that I just changed on how the brush interacts with the world. And this is very generic. You can override the algorithm, how it interacts with the world. So you can define your own function here to have a terrain brush, for example. This is basic by default. I don't have the time left for the asset to make a terrain brush. This will be something that I will update later in. But I have to make sure that the base system does not fall apart once I make a terrain brush. So I know that I probably will have to make some changes for a terrain brush, but I need this. I want this to be able to paint in prefabs, but later you're also going to define your own brush. You can define your own brush right now, and this brush, for example, just inherits from the main brush, and then you can define your own custom behavior. If you, for example, want to change the color or the scale or do something very unique, give everything some kind of component that you need. Yeah, that's something that a generic brush won't do, but you can just go in here, code your own brush, like here in this sample. Just code your own brush. Now this is just named Tisk brush, and then you override the paint function, which is defined in the main brush. Look it up. It's really easy, and just define how the object is created. Yeah, so there's one function that creates the object, and then you can change its properties to your own needs. So you can change two things here. That's the brush itself and the mapping. Yeah, right now it's just mapping. It's imagining a 2D plane, a 2D plane, and what a lot of people would expect this to be able to do is to also detect terrain. Yeah, and that's something that I will write as an extension later, because first you need the base system where you have this UI, this window here. This is done by myself. Yeah, and that's why I say, okay, the base Bosch is going to be base system is going to be extended. Hey, Luna. So, Vicky, are you a Unity coder, or just generally just going a little bit through the Twitch
Cool
streets?
cat.
Yeah, thank you. Yeah, that's Luna. I got her from the I don't know where they just keep cats. Don't know the name right now of the instance, but yeah, she was just a cat that they corked outside and had no owner. And that's one of the 3 cats I have. I don't know where she's coming from. Yeah, no one knows. She was just found outside. Yeah. The other cat that I have, Miri. So that's Luna, and then I have Miri. Miri was one of 43 cats that were living in a 1-room apartment. And they just took all these cats out, and there were 2 dead cats also that they found there. From um,
Should I release wild cats outside to hunt the mice?
No, actually no. I think it's better in America. In America, it's better. The problem we have in Germany is there's too many cats. And they disturb the natural distribution of animals, so that we have less birds because we have that many cats. Yeah, it's also all my cats can't have children because there's too many cats in Germany. No, we are not a country where the cats where we have a lot of cats on the street that are living off the street. That's actually not a thing here. Also, we have no street dogs. I've never in my life seen a single street dog in Germany. But if you go to the east in Bulgaria or something, you sometimes see stray animals on the street that don't have an owner, or Turkey. I see stray cats. Yeah. And in Germany, they are there's people just. I think it's a culture thing that we just keep the animals in a shelter. Then yeah, and I got 2 cats from the shelter. But in America, I think it's okay for the mice. Because you don't disturb the natural environment that much. Yeah, because you have to think of it like everything that we humans do is kind of unnatural. So it's okay if the cat hunts the mice in your house and in your garden, because that's basically where you make your impact onto nature anyway. So can tell that's like your territory where you do your things. But I still let one of my cats go outside because cats, yeah, when they stay inside and are forced to stay inside, they get stupid. Yeah, that's one of the things that problems that I have with my cats. The cats that stay inside are generally less active, and the intelligence suffers a little bit from just staying inside. So cats have to go outside. In my opinion, my humble opinion, it's better to have cats going outside. In theory, it would be even better if they are inside and get something to do, like playing, like people. If they stay humans, if they stay inside and don't have any to do, they go crazy. But give them a game, let them sit in front of a computer and they are fine. So if you have something similar for a cat, where they have something to do with their mind and tasks, then that would be really cool. But in praxis, I don't see that. Because I sit here, you can see that I try to give them something to do. Yeah. And also in the other room, I try to give them something to do to train the mind, yeah, and not get stupid. But it's better to let them go outside. Because so there they go, they use all their senses to orientate. They have interaction with other cats. They run away from humans. They find out what is dangerous, what not. They can play their game basically. The cat game that where they need to use their
cat will get lazy like Garfield inside.
Yeah. Yeah. It's yeah. I wouldn't even say that they are lazy. They just get numb. Yeah, that's I think that's kind of sad. And I try everything to avoid that. And even play I try to play with them. I have to sit here and program. Yeah, that's my job. And I have to contribute to all the things that humans make. Like somebody makes my PC. I cannot just so I have to give back. Yeah, that's why I have the feeling that I need to code. And if I don't code, I need to go outside and just work in a factory or do something so that I justify taking all this stuff from other people. So I cannot play with my cat all this time, but yeah. So the cats are left alone, and I try just to get them a lot of stuff to do, like automated toys. It doesn't work. They get bored. They get bored. That's a problem. It's just boring. And I can imagine if I would be forced to stay inside.
Do you ever take them out on leashes?
Yes, but not enough. I cannot take them out enough. I have even photos of taking those two out on leashes. But I cannot do it on a daily basis with enough minutes. Yeah. So I've been to the park with them, and if you do this on a daily basis, but then it's a job. It's not my job. Yeah, and I have to automate things because it just doesn't work. I also need my workout. I'm a programmer. If I don't move, I've tried, and it didn't go well. Yeah, so I know I have to do sports myself. I have to make my dishes and clean up and everything, and also I do in the morning I do a ritual with the cats where I train them. I train with them some tricks and give them treats. Currently I train them to give me their paw. So I give them hold my hand like this, and they have to give me their paw, and then they get the treat, and they can do that really well, and that works. And when I go to bed, I play the game where I put the snacks into the toys in the tunnel system and prepare that every day. So I make sure that they have something daily going on. And every time I clean up, I change the parkour, for example. So I have some variation. So I try, yeah. But I think I'm doing better than average, but it's not enough for what I have to in my mind would be a good life, yeah, or a fulfilled life. It's okay. So I'm trying to get them, those two, also to get outside, trying to train them slowly. And right now, for example, that they can get outside the door right now, but they don't because they're too scared. But I try to extend their territory because so that they have just something going on. Yeah. The difference that I can measure is when
Leave trail off treats to outside.
it's not. Then they go outside, eat the treats, and come back. It's yeah. You just have to give it some time, though. Yeah. The cat that goes outside, I just can tell that the cat is much smarter and active, and I can also measure that over time. Now he's also more annoying. That's why he gets to go outside a lot, because when he's outside, I can just work. But when I do the training, with those two cats, I say forehand, or the paw, and they give me their paw. And Luna and Miri, they're often hesitant, and they're like, don't know what to do, what paw, and then they give me their paw, and I just hold out my hand, and he's immediately going to snap into my hand and gets the treat. He's super fast with that. And also with the toys, I can see right now that he can handle every toy at maximum, at the best speed. Yeah. And then it's not that intelligence works like that completely. Yeah. So as other things, every cat has a characteristic. Yeah, I would say Luna, my cat here, she gets very well what I want her to do, and she's very obedient, which is unusual for a cat. But for her, hey Luna, if I teach her not to scratch the wall, she will not scratch the wall. She is really good in guessing what I want from her, and she's really a sweetie in that. Yeah. Um, but she's really good in reading my mind. And I think all cats are really good at all my 3 cats are reading my mind very well. But they don't care. Yeah. I, you could also argue that she's more intelligent than that. And it gets a little bit tricky. And there has been a scientific discussion about cat intelligence, that I had to rank up them a little bit in their intelligence compared to humans, because they have observed that they made an error in the measurement of cat intelligence. that the cats fail a lot of intelligence tests on, but they didn't take into account that the cats fail the task on purpose because they just were not in the mood to do it or just didn't care. But they were able to prove that the cats actually were able to understand that what the humans wanted from them. But a high percentile of cats just didn't want, and that like why animal intelligence has been redefined a little bit, and a lot of animals have been ranked up for that reason. Well, it's not the same intelligence as a human, but you can imagine with AI that once you have a basic neural network, you have a basic intelligence, and with the brain size of animals, of cats and birds and stuff, you basically can achieve already a very good intelligence. And then there's also the discussion that the brain size is kind of tricky to work with, because whales have a much bigger. There are whales that have a bigger brain than humans. Let me look that up though, because I have to be sure about that before I spread false information. Whale brain size. 7-8 kilogram. That's a lot. Yeah, I'm not human brain size. Yeah, that's 7 times the size of a human brain. So they're still not measured as more intelligent than humans, because of the things that they achieve and do. But this questions a little bit like, okay, a cat has a smaller brain than a human, doesn't mean that it is less intelligent. It's less intelligent because of the things that we can measure, that we then rank as intelligent. But since the humans have a smaller brain than a whale, and we would all agree that a human is more intelligent than a whale, it also shows that the brain size is not the main indicator for intelligence. Yeah. And with AI, I think it's more understandable that the brain size is not the biggest indicator. Like the size of the neural network is nice to have. Yeah, but it depends on what you do with it. Okay. So you say codable or scriptable painter. That's the thing. Okay. Yeah, so the question for me is still why you don't like moddable. So my argument against those two words is they would turn off artists a little bit. If an artist goes in, these are more red words for an artist.
They all pretty good.
They're all pretty good. Okay, so moddable painter. The thing was, because I'm not an English native speaker, I was not sure if this is a good if this sounds natural, because moddable is kind of a new English word. Kind of. Yeah. Okay. But what are your thoughts on that? If you turn in artists, um, would you follow the argument, or would you say,
Maybe something more specific, cause a lot of brushes you can customize.
um, no? And the specific part is going to be after the main two words. If I want to be more specific, I have to use more words. So it's just going to be two words for the main thing, because um, I have to narrow down thing into a very short description. That's just how marketing works. But it's also nice to for everybody to have a good descriptive name, I think. So you want it's just how you can discuss about verbal names longer than you can actually code. Sometimes I have a half an hour discussion about verbal names. I also have discussions about verbal names with other programmers sometimes that are longer than we discuss about other important, seemingly important stuff. Yeah, but having it short. Yeah. um. it's- but, yeah, but you could, if you have another thing that you think is more specific, you can just tell me if you maybe have another idea. I mean, there's always the idea that is objectively better without me knowing. Um, but as an information, it will be a two. There will be two parts in the main name, asset name. One thing will be the main name, and then a small description, which is basically going to be 5 words. Yeah, that are going to be after the main description. Okay, I'm going to the toilet real quick. Okay, I have a new idea. First of all, I also want to ask the AI which one of the three names are the best name for the asset. And I usually, because I don't have a ChatGPT subscription right now, I usually do a trick where I just misuse free AI. There's an NVIDIA AI. NVIDIA AI. And you can just try it out. And I misuse that often to have a free AI system. And it's generally good. So I've been trying that out. Fortunately, I don't find the correct developer site right now. So for all three names, I have pros and cons. I think because you say codable and scriptable are your first favorites. I as a coder would also agree with that. Yeah, and I also know that there's a rule: if you try to satisfy everyone, you satisfy no one. So I know that if you try to get artists probable with calling it moddable, you maybe won't satisfy anyone, because now the artists are turned off because it's too generic, and the coders are turned off because it's not specific. Yeah. So maybe go for codable and scriptable painter. Since this is going to be the base system, which targets scripters more, and maybe you should also hint that in the name. So I think codable and scriptable are probably the better name, because this name has been come up to target artists too. And that would actually, and but it's actually not the best technical term. Yeah? I think technically scriptable painter is the best name. Codable painter is the second best. They're synonyms, so they're pretty similar. But if I would give it points, scriptable would come first. I think codable just looks better in the name. Just yeah, it just looks better. Yeah, but I will ask an AI for that. And there was an AI that you could just try out in their labs. Maybe it's not around anymore, because too many people abuse it. Yeah, maybe. Okay, I can't find it. Oh, llama. Oh yeah, llama. You can just try out llama. Reasoning, tool calling, chat, and instruction following. Yeah, that's pretty much what we need. Hi, llama. Okay. User said hi llama. Need to it's working with reasoning tokens. Okay. How can I assist you today? Whether you have a question? Okay, I have to name an asset for the Unity asset store asset. I will not first I will not tell it the name that I did come up with, and just ask it for its own idea. Yeah? Asset is a painting brush that has no dependencies. And we want to copy that to the documentation. So I don't have written the documentation, but I'm starting to take notes to write something into the documentation. Now you also could argue that you should always work on the documentation, but No. Write the documentation when you're finished and know what you actually did, because then you don't have you have to retrofit the documentation each time you make a change. So it's yeah. Except for automatically generated documentations like an API. That has no dependency. You can paint prefabs. You have a brush tool. Can prefabs into this. You can adjust. You can script a custom algorithm to determine how the system adds brush to the world like a plane, or magnet onto a terrain. You can script own brushes like brush that changes the custom properties. How should I name the asset for the Unity asset store? And more information also finds it's our brush palette window painting palette window. It's a custom brush inspector inside. Okay, let's try out. Okay. So there's reasoning tokens. So we can see that this is a newer AI system. Because reasoning tokens have been made quite recently. Interesting. Okay, that's interesting. Top recommendations. Scriptable prefab painter. And now we look up at our name list, and Scriptable Painter is the actual current name. Now prefab is out because it doesn't need to draw in prefabs. Terrain prefab brush system. Custom brush architect. Oh, that's so cool. So the cool thing is that it came up with ideas that are a bit similar to the ideas that have been defined in this list. Yeah. So you see a lot of words like prefab, brush, system, scriptable, painter. All these same things have been come up with the idea with the words having come up with the AI without its knowing that we predefined this. Yeah, and I also haven't written scriptable inside inside the description at all. So that's very interesting. Very interesting. Yeah. Okay. So I'm really I'm really interested. I'm really flattered by the AI here a little bit. And detailed options with variations. Prefab painter, bro. Simple, it's pro for premium feel. Yeah. Yeah, you also. So we should call this not scriptable painter, scriptable painter pro. Okay, that's cool. Yeah, brush forge. Scriptable brushes. Yeah, I can see that. Unity. Prefab brush toolkit. Ah, scriptable. And yeah. I don't think that saying Unity in a Unity asset is necessary. So prefab brush toolkit. Brush toolkit, yeah, brush toolkit. That would be cool. Painter toolkit. Oh damn! It gave me new ideas. No, it's supposed to destroy ideas, not make them. Okay, Paint Master. Oh, scriptable Painter Master. Yeah. Prefab and script. Catchy. With the subtitle for clarity. Damn, it just. Oh. Okay, naming tips. Prioritize searchability. Include prefab, brush, scriptable, terrain. Okay. Yeah, so since we can give it a long name, in the second name it has to be customer prefab or terrain brush system. I can't write terrain yet. Because I have to prove that it works with terrain. So I have to cut terrain for now. It has to go in later. But prefab can be inside. Later it will be renamed to or in prefab slash terrain. Yeah. maybe texture. Yeah. Okay. Or having keywords that users actually use. No dependencies. Oh, that's something that I just wrote into the documentation. Custom inspector. Custom inspector palette. So maybe asset description. Make a new thing here. And what will be inside the asset description? Custom inspector palette. No dependencies. Yeah, I think I can agree on this. I mean, I will make a ton of changes to it later. Anyway, avoid overly generic terms. Oh, interesting. So what I said, like you try to target everyone, you target no one. That's interesting. Final suggestion balance. Scriptable prefab brush system. I think that's I don't want to have a prefab inside the main name. Okay, now let's not give it what my favorite is. Have to try to stay somehow neutral. Now you're never neutral in your opinion because and that's your right to not be neutral in your opinion. Okay, now let's okay. Okay. I like. No. I don't want to tell it my preferences. Try to keep out my opinion. Want to tell it that it has two names, one main name and a descriptive second name. Okay, I want to divide the name into two parts. The first part is the main name, which should be short 2 or 3 words, and the second part after minus should be short description of 5 to 6 words. Yeah, let's make it cook. Yeah. So understands what I want, the format. Yeah. So if memorial implies creative control, clarifies chief focus and system scope. And there's the suggestions. Brush architect. I don't like that one. Custom prefab and terrain mapping system. Emphasizes Design control, and then there's a justification. It's interesting. Or let's take the logic behind it. Prefab painter. Yeah. Scriptable brush. I think with scriptable painter we are going into the right direction because that's what it comes up with mostly. I think kit would be cool. Scriptable painter kit. Yeah, scriptable painter kit. So we why not toolkit? Because kit is shorter. Scriptable prefabs and custom inspector tools. Targets terrain users. Emphasizes tooling. Brushforge Pro. Yeah. Build custom pulpit painting workflow. Top recommendation: Brush Architect. Yeah, this is one that I actually don't like. Interesting. And I don't have to agree. Yeah, in my choice in the end. I like Brushforge for some reason. It's fun. It's fun name. Let's look up if this name exists though. Doesn't exist. Okay, that's good. It's not a taken name. Very, very interesting. I think it's interesting that every time I look up at the brushes, I get this toilet brush. It actually looks pretty awful, but I think people just click on it because, yeah, searching for other brushes, and then there's the toilet brush. That's interesting. Yeah. Toilet brush. Toilet brush. I would buy it, but it's not toilet brush Pro. What is PBR? Physically based rendering. Okay. In the bathroom pack. Okay, that's interesting. What's in the bathroom pack? Okay, I think this link doesn't work. For reduced price. What? Okay, this link is always not working. Okay, all the links are not working. That's we should tell them. I don't know. Yeah, shut up. I don't. Yeah, okay. Let's not pretend that I did that. Mhm. Let's just say that one must have been a user error. Nice brush. Relevance. Popularity. I really like Brushforge because that's Brushforge. I think Scriptable Painter is actually the correct name, but I like Brushforge. I'm not so happy with the surname, if you can call that a surname. What's the other name? Surname and first name. Yeah, first name. Okay, now let's tell it my preference. I like Scriptable Painter as main name, but I also like Brushforge Pro. One more note. Base system is supposed to be free, and I intend to make extensions that you can buy. I'll give it more information, but also reveal my preferences. And let's see what it thinks about that. Okay, that's a lot. Okay, that's a lot of chat here. Scriptable Painter Pro Premium Feature Pack. So it says for painted extensions. So it doesn't get what I want to do with the extensions. So that's why it whites a lot though, because I didn't ask for the extension names yet. Okay, but it starts with the base system. Scriptable Painter, Recore, extend with paid extensions. Ooh, it's that's the worst surname that I can think of. Does it say it? I think it, yeah, clear, descriptive, and hints paid upgrades. it's an awful name. Brushforge. Open scriptable painting base. It's actually way better. Open. Yeah, let's Ah, yeah, open. Let's open. Open up. Okay. Main name ideas. Main name ideas. Scriptable painter. Kit? Okay, to ask it about that. Kit. No, cut kit. Cut kit. The name ideas. Scriptable painter or Washforge. I think Washforge is just fun. Yeah, I think this is a fun name. And with scriptable painter, it's like this technical term. And Washforge, it also tells you what this thing does in a more fun way. That's why I like that. And it sounds like that. It's not, you can see yourself crafting brushes and want to go. And with scriptable painter, you're like, okay, I have to work with this kit now and write my own brushes. That's fun. It's only fun if you're a programmer. Yeah. So I think Brushforce is just better. Yeah. An AI generated name. But it's just a name of many recommendations. Surname ideas. Sorry. Yeah. Don't know what's up with me coughing a lot. Maybe I'm dying soon. We for open source. Yeah. Recore open source. Core open source. Just write down all the text. Yeah. Text and things that should go inside. Like no dependencies. No dependencies. That's not. It's actually a custom inspector. No dependencies. That's description. That's too specific. But customizer person. Well, let's narrow down everything. And I think working with the AI is quite cool because you just have somebody to talk to. Okay. Brushforge Studio. Okay, this extension. I don't care for the extension name yet. Because it doesn't get what I want with the extension. This extension is going to be specific. But I'm going to ask it that. Give it reveal more information. Open scriptable painting base. Yeah, I think system. Let's go. Let's get out system. Let's keep it system in for now. Yeah. Open scriptable painting base. I think that sounds cool. Open. I think if I write open, I don't have to write open source. Yeah. So open also open and free. That's the same. Open and open is always positive. Yeah. Open, but you can't say open Brushforge. Okay. Anyway, sets up Brushforge as an umbrella brand. Umbrella? What? I don't know. I don't know what it means with umbrella brand. Is that a thing? Umbrella branding. Oh, that's a thing. Umbrella branding. Okay, this isn't in German. Let's look up. Umbrella branding is a marketing practice involving the use of a single brand name for the sale of two or more related products. Umbrella branding is mainly used by companies with a positive brand equity. I don't have that. Value of a brand in a certain marketplace. I don't have that. Also, there's a red flag. I don't. My company is unknown. Yeah. Just information. All products that use the same means of identification and lack additional brand names or some all products use the same means of identification and lack additional brand names or symbols. Marketing practice differs from brand extension in that umbrella branding involves the marketing of similar products rather than differentiated products under one brand name. I don't understand that. So I have an idea, but I don't really understand. What is brand extension? I don't want to read that. Hence, umbrella branding may be considered as a type of brand extension. So I have to understand what brand extension is. It's marketing strategy in a firm marketing a product with a well-developed image. Uses the same brand name in differentiated product category. What the fuck is that sentence? And the new product is called a spin-off. Is that even correct English? Isn't there? Okay. Is a marketing strategy in a firm marketing a product with a well-developed image uses the same brand name in a different product category? Isn't there that uses? Okay. Yeah. Okay. It's I really don't like that sentence. It's a marketing. Also, it starts with this is a marketing strategy, marketing something. So you could it's a little bit redundant. So the whole description here is a little bit off. I think we could improve on the wording. Hence, umbrella branding may be considered as a type of brand extension. The practice of umbrella branding does not disallow a firm to implement different branding approaches for different product lines, e.g. brand extension. Okay. Yeah. Okay, so there's a lot of how we name the extensions here. So with Brushforge, that would be cool. But let's reveal more information for the extension. I won't tell it that I prefer Brushforge. Top recommendation. Brushforge Pro, Brushforge Terrain Toolkit, feature feature specific. Oh, that's actually pretty close to what I want to do as an extension. Why this works? Extend with paid features is the this is the worst thing that you would ever write. This is like, I mean, I imagine that you give out the game and call it I don't know, what's the most popular game? League of Legends. League of Legends. Extended with paid skins. So that's kind of funny. Yeah. Well, why you just say, hey, I'm greedy? Confirm subtitles can mention extensions available. Yeah, versioning, leave room for future versions. Tagging. We yeah, this is also something that I have to read up. Read. I don't think free is a good tag. Yeah. Because you can see that in the price and sort after that. I think it's nice to write it in the description. Yeah. Oh dear. Because if you're a newbie, you maybe write in free brush. Yeah. Free brush. And then I think the system detects free in the price for free. Yeah. And you only see, hey, let's actually sort by price high to low. It won't. Interesting. I think Unity the Unity Asset Store will toss out everything that has a price when you type in free. It will actually search for the free and the price. I think someone figured that out and has written some keywords that you can write in, and then it will automatically discard everything for the list in here that has a price. Yeah, so that's interesting. So that you don't need to write free into your description. And let's sort by relevance. See if something has free in the name. Nothing. Yeah. Nothing has free. Here we have one guy who has free in the name. 2, 3. Four. I mean, this name though is Yumi Free. What is this? Yeah, and so that's one of the things that you want to avoid. I think the intro is cool. I think the intro is too long though. So the intro is cool, and it has a lot of likes. It's cool. Yumi Free, but you can only do that if you're established. And I have to click on it to see what this actually is. Yeah. Okay, I think I get what it does. It's pretty much Minecraft with angled and circular blocks. Pretty cool. Actually, I expect this to be worse. I expected this to be worse. It's pretty good. This is pretty good. They have here. So I got distracted. I think 4 or 5. And 5 of 56. Approximately 10% of all the SAT have free in their name, the tendency. So it's not important to have free in here. Let's look at popularity. And that didn't change anything. It's interesting. Okay. Interesting that popularity is things inside that have 370 downloads, and then something is more popular and it doesn't have ratings, and then there's something that doesn't have enough ratings. That's interesting. And I have problems understanding how this is more popular than this. So this would be more people added this to their assets than this, but I have no idea why. Yeah. So there's more people who just say, okay, I need this, add it to my asset and close. Yeah. And more people go in here and for some reason like it and rate it. I have no idea why. That's a difference. Sometimes sometimes weird things happen. Oh, this is by Unity Technology. That may be why it has so many ratings. Maybe. But then I go down here. So we're searching by popularity, so you would expect something down below to not have any ratings. But this has ratings. So 3 ratings is not a lot though. I know that with 1 rating, I have an asset with 1 rating. It will show not enough weighting, so maybe 3 is the cap. Yeah, I think 3 pretty much would be the cap. Placer liked, scene props, node painter. And the things in here seem to be pretty popular. Yeah. Regardless of what they do. I don't have any idea how good they are. So the thing is, if I go up here and see this noise brush, and I just look at the thumbnail, and I think the thumbnails are very different. And with some, I don't know why they get popular. And I can tell this one, for example, you have a lot of pictures in here, and you can't figure out what these pictures are in detail in a smaller thumb. Now I'm looking in 1440p. Really, and I can't tell why is this popular. I actually don't like this thumbnail. It looks really old school. It's better in the big thumbnail. It only has one picture. I have no idea why this is the most popular. It has been released 2015. There's 1,000 I don't know, hearts, likes. I would say it's likes. Yeah. I have to question the Unity system though. So this has 3 likes. And this in the first one. What? It had. What? How is that? How is that even possible? How is this in the same row? Let's look at Brick Terrain Brush. It has 100 likes. It has 4 ratings and the ratings says terrible. Reviews. 1 5-star. Well, that's. I think this is not fair because there's not enough ratings to actually matter. Room for optimization. Can't get it installed. Doesn't work at all. Yeah. Okay. I think this one is actually the most important one. It's last updated. Oh, that's old. Happens. The video is too long. 29 minutes. It's always too long for a video, for any kind of video. You can always get even complicated stuff down to 10 minutes. Looks nice to have these UI though. So I give it pass. I think the buttons. I have to watch this on YouTube to read the buttons though.
Normals, you can easily fix it with automatically setting neighbors here. If you will press that, you will.
So no-go here is, I think it is because of the video quality. The video quality is too low to read the names. It's a no-go. Yeah, that's one thing that makes the tutorial watchable. You read this, no one is going to follow this tutorial. Only if you're crazy about this, but following the tutorial and not be able to read what is there, you have to guess it. That's a no-go.
Scouting.
Very small thing. I think he did a lot of work. But it looks like he didn't refactor enough. Because when I try to read, there's some buttons that I'm like, that's not what I would expect. But I'm not the 3D guy, so I shouldn't judge. Yeah, I forget that. My judge here is not justified. Okay, I'm just going to keep voting. That's some kind of doom scrolling that I'm doing here. That is actually allowed. Yeah. It's going to take a little bit of time. Just one thing that I wanted to point out, I was really terrible in summarizing my thoughts. I jumped too much. I'm jumping too much. That's why I have to turn off the microphone and just do my work, because I jump too much in my thoughts. There's also quality in not jumping too much. Yeah. Okay, summarize what I see in the thumbnail. In the thumbnail, I can see that the thing that makes people click is hard to determine. Why would people click on this, but not click on this? This has a clear thumbnail, a much clearer thumbnail than this. And in my eyes, this looks really good. Yeah. It also has a better documentation. Just by having more screenshots in here that describe what this asset do. You can tell this guy put in more work than this guy. It has half the ratings. It has half the likes. It has a better rating. So why is this more popular? I don't get it. Maybe let's just compare. Let's just compare the release date 2015. Okay. That's a hint. That's a hint. This has been released this year. I say this toggles a lot of checkboxes where I think, okay, this looks like something that should be popular. I would click on this. And then I'm like, why does this have more likes? But it has been out maybe 10 times, 20 times longer than this asset. So this asset will outperform this asset in the long run. Okay, so my assumptions are right. I get a direction. No. So my direction is just give it a good description, a good text, and put that into the thumbnail. Something you really have to make this look nice and describe it. Game object brush. Then I have this game object brush. Let's compare how long this has been out. Very long, yeah. So this asset outperforms this. Oh, but I'm comparing oranges and apples because this is not a brush. No, these are textures. Oh man. Oh no. Oh no. Yeah, so I have to go in here. Prefer Penta 2. It's a very good system, I heard. It has more likes, more ratings. It has been out much sooner, much more recently than Noise Brush. But why is why is this not in the top list then? I don't get it. Maybe because no. I don't have an idea how Unity sorts this by popularity. I have to really question. Is this search by popularity working? I can see in the URL that it seems to not change anything. I don't think the popularity search works. I think this is the same as relevance. Don't ask me why. Okay, now let's sort by weighting, because I think the relevance is the less interesting one, because the relevance is kind of why. I see that first of all in the relevance puts in everything that has brush in the name. Yeah. So prefab painter is actually completely fine, but because it doesn't have brush in the name, and that's a very important note, it's not showing up in the first line. You see, everything up until this point has brush in the name, except for this. Wait. Brush. Look that up again. Brush. And then there's yeah. So it seems okay. I've seen how the algorithm works, and with the algorithm, how it works, you would prefer to have a first name and a surname. In the first name, you have your asset name. In the surname, you just have tags. Yeah, that you can where you still want the user to find it. That's just by because the default search by relevance works like this. Now let's look at the second thing. So relevance is just important for I think this works just by the name. That's the main thing that I can find out here. And the main user is going over the first 7 or 12 here, but you have to make it into this list and find his asset. Yeah. So you don't want it to you don't want it to not be in here. So to name a first name and surname strategy seems to work best. That's the first thing. And we go in weighting. And in weighting, now let's only consider actual washers. And let's see what is weighted well. So the first one is, of course, the prefab painter. It's free. And with the thumbnail, I have to see something, and that is I never saw this part of the thumbnail so far. I know the prefab painter is very, very popular or known right now and is rising. And I think it's good. Yeah. Terrain. Pressure paint. And I think this is a terrible thumbnail. Okay. I also think the thumbnail of the prefab painter, it's mid. I think that this is pretty mid. I can see what the user does here. I can see, yeah, probably draw this in. He drew this. I think this is just a screenshot from a scene. You can see it in the background. I think the background. I can't see that right now. I think this is a default background. So yeah. This thumbnail, what the fuck, is just a piece of grass, and then he photoshopped in a drawing pen from a drawing pad tablet, and yeah, that's it. But you can read the name very well. That's cool. But it's deprecated. It's pretty good by the developer to write that. Yeah, that's cool. Free draw. I can see why people pick this. This is like a troll, the troll asset. Okay. Foolish mortals. Okay. Yeah, it's pretty much a troll asset. Can just paint. Easy search, easier feature. Okay. Yeah, that's a troll asset. Maybe you can make this into something good. I would have to, yeah, I don't know. Would have to download it to really see what this does. Prefab spawner 2D. Yeah. Okay, comes. Let's write this in the description. Comes with 2G plane report in customize access. So now people know. Okay, you can instantly take this and work in 2D. Yeah, if you're working in 2D, this asset is absolutely complete. It's feature complete. If you want to just work in 2D and spawn in prefabs, which is the original idea, this is going to work out immediately. Because that's the actual idea. Yeah, and with the idea to base it down more and more into more base, and get more extension ideas, and the way the extension ideas something to do with how basic I want and flexible I want the base to be. So that's why I want to test things out. So if you search by ratings, interestingly, the game object brush, which looks really fine, is not in the top 12. In the top 12 are 3 assets, one of which one is making some question marks. The prefab spawner has a nice thumbnail. Look. Yeah. So 3 out of 12 have the actually what I want. Prefab spawner. Random prefab placer. I don't like the thumbnail. Something about the thumbnail turns me off. I don't think it's the rainbow. Something else. Obviously, low resolution. Yeah, the low resolution in the text turns me off. Doesn't seem to be the case though. That's weird. When I look at the thumbnail here, I think there's some compression issue with the thumbnail. And so something went wrong. I think this is another graphic than the graphic that you have inside. Show me the graph. No, it doesn't want to show. Don't want to dig into for the graph right now. Okay, but I think this image is poorly compressed. It's all right, but it's not good. Caldera light. Something that looks really cool. So I think since we have a surname, we can maybe make it like this. I'm taking too much time. It's just taking hours to decide the name. This is, but the name is so important. It's open, scriptable. Let's put scriptable first. It's scriptable, open, customizable, refurb, brush, base system core. Just put in. It's just, I think core is cool. Yeah, core. Core is very, very well defined. Scriptable, open, customizable, refurb, brush, core. Yeah. So you get a I think scriptable and customizable, they are redundant, but customizable, customizable. Oh, customizable. I could argument against customizable. These two, they are redundant. They are these two, scriptable and customizable, are synonyms. We have to get rid of one, which then would get rid of customizable. Sometimes making cuts hurts. Okay, enough of that. Let's go back to the AI and tweak it further and give it. I want the first two extensions to the following. First, our next to be that as of layers. What? One of my cats just came in, but he was supposed to be outside, and somebody let him in. That's quite a surprise. Okay, okay, I'm dying. Parallax to the brush that paints a set of parallax layers. Second, a terrain brush that paints a texture Let's give it this information and looks how it reacts. Yeah. Parallax 2D brush extension. So now it has all the information. I don't know how much it forgets, because AI also forgets things over time. I'm not sure. How good that is. Parallax 2D brush extension. Brushforge Parallax 2D. Yeah. Alternative parallax brush. Okay, with scriptable brush, we have the problem. With the scriptable painter, we have the problem. The extensions cannot be marked as well. So Brushforge is the name. Scriptable painter. The problem if I would mark the extensions and make sure that people get what the base system is, then you have to see. You have to kind of understand kind of understand if the thing relies on Brushforge as a base. Yeah. So Brushforge is the name. So it also goes for Brushforge. And it also said start with Brushforge for every consistent naming. Yeah, that's and then in this channel we're going to ask the same question again. So I just wanted to make sure that I can get a complete logic. Yeah. So scriptable painter is out with that. Okay. Anything else? Yeah, I have one more question. Two more questions. Is it allowed to have an asset in the Unity asset store? It depends on again on downloading another asset. I can read it up in their guidelines. But I want to see what the AI comes up with. I have to check that again though. That's a lot of things. But basically I need to see what they would reject. If extensions are unusable without Brushforge. Oh, it's actually remembered what we asked. That's cool. And it's not bundled or clearly documented. Extensions are functional alone, even in a limited way, and dependencies are transparently disclosed. So it's okay. So that is a little bit too unspecific for me. Not allowed. External dependent keywords implemented not allowed. Assets can not require downloads from external websites. We don't have that. That's not a problem. Dependencies on other asset store assets. Is that from the internet? Did you get this from the Unity store guideline? Unity, maybe I should just scroll that up. Unity asset store guidelines. Now we can, except with the dependencies from the Unity package manager, only include necessary packages for the asset to work. Packages with unnecessary dependencies are rejected. Packages that depend on UPM packages but do not include them list the dependencies in the package description and documentation. I'm not sure what UPM packages is. I used them though. Yeah. Open Unity package manager. Okay. Okay, so yeah, but that would actually work. So I'm not sure if it's in the. I think if the base package is free, it won't be in the UPM packages though. I think the UPM packages are only official Unity packages. So the thing is, what I want to avoid is inside of here I have two folders: Parallax Brush and Scriptable Painter, which will be renamed to Washforge currently. And what you later do is you go in here and under Window, you go to the Package Manager. No, go under. There's an extension for assets, Asset Store, General. Not sure. Maybe I don't have it installed right now. I think it's not installed. I think it's not installed. I have to go into the Package Manager. And then you have some asset thing, the asset manager. Yeah, and the asset manager is not installed. You open the asset manager and you get a window here that you can just put here, and then you say, go take this folder, make it into an asset, put it into the asset store. And then you can also do this with only this specific folder. And that's pretty cool that you can do that. What I don't like here is that I actually want to have CodeRedCat as the base folder. So I have to look if I can only include CodeRedCat and then this folder, if that's possible. To have both folders when we download the asset. Yeah. Okay. And then this has dependencies on this folder. If you download only this folder, then it will throw errors. And the errors will only be solved if you also get the Scriptable Painter, which is going to be renamed to Brushforge then. I don't, and now even if Unity allows this, there's a big con for me, because if there's such a dependency and people download that, I get emails. That's what I don't want. I get emails from people that don't get it, And don't download the base system. So I have to look into, can I bundle this with the base system? And that's something that I have to look into, so that you automatically download both, or checks if you have both installed, if you get the extension. And that's something that I have to look into.
Maybe can also warn the user and disable the asset.
Yeah, that was also an idea, that you maybe have some kind of checker that checks if you have the base installed, and then you give a message. Yeah, you would expect it to I would like to have some kind of feedback if you do something wrong. Yeah, I mean, if you can always just put it into the documentation and blame the user. Maybe you should be a little bit more kind, yeah. That's my thought here. Yeah. Yeah, but hey heavens. I've come up with the new name and want to ask you, what do you think is the better name, Scriptable Painter or Brushforge? Now, Brushforge is a completely new name.
Maybe Scriptable Painter, but I don't have a strong opinion.
Yeah. So you like Scriptable Painter more, okay? But that's your opinion, and in my opinion, Scriptable Painter, or if this would be one asset, would be better. There's some arguments in when I extend the thing. It's cool to name it Brushforge, and this is because the extensions, the next extensions are going to be Parallax Brush and Terrain Brush, yeah. And with Brushforge, I can easily write it like this: Brushforge, Parallax Brush, Brushforge, Terrain Brush. Yeah. With Scriptable Painter, it's harder. I think then people read this first, and maybe they stop. And then there's also the idea that this is more of a fun name, where you when I hear Scribble Painter, now as a coder, I don't mind with my experience that I have to script the thing myself, but it's also like a demand. You have to script it yourself. With a Brushforge, it's more like a fun thing to be able to make your own brushes. That's why the gamification of the name. That's why I like it, the name. The name is absolutely from an AI. I've checked it. I can use it. There's no problem with the name. Yeah. But I have to look up in Google search one time if there's Brushforge. Oh, there's a website that's named like that. Oh, that's ah. I don't know. It could be. I think that's maybe a brand name. Oh no. That's why I hate this part of making an asset. Always the marketing thing, and it feels like I'm just I'm sitting here doing nothing. Like I come up with the name after all the time, and the name is already taken. It's
Have you thought about hiring a virtual assistant?
a virtual assistant. No, yes, but first you need to make enough money. Yeah? That's no. So
I
no.
hired on Upwork for $4 an hour from Philippines.
Hmm.
They speak good English in Philippines.
Oh yeah, that's also I would say the Philippines are more reliable in their quality. Now the quality can still be diverse, but for the things that I do here, you don't have the thing is for the deciding on the name, making the decision for the asset store, putting the asset into the asset store. The depth of knowledge that you require is not as deep um, as when I go in here and code my own things. The main advantage that I have from putting these things inside myself is when I go into the asset store, I know when other people say they do this as their main job and how important that is, that I also know how much effort you have to put inside of that. Like searching for a name and coming up with a name, and the description, put it inside, making a thumbnail. I would say the amount of effort you put inside and technological depth is not as deep. That's why I would also justify why the pay is not that high. Now you have to also consider that it has to be fair for their country that they can live from it. But my main concern is that I'm more at my starting point. I don't have the money right now. Yeah, so that would be something in that I maybe do in the future, maybe not. Yeah. It's also the problem. I do this work with the asset store one time, spend a few days on that. Time flies by. And then I code for weeks. So I'm like, that's hard to give out as a job. When I say, hey, I'm going to hire you, and you're going to work for a few days every 2 or 3 more months when I've finished finished an asset, and then it's hard to keep relation. How do you keep a relation, or how often do you require your virtual assistant, and what does he do? It's so for me, I see what an assistant would do. Yeah. But the human
They
part,
do
it's
research and writing stuff, not technical.
yeah. Oh, writing stuff, not technical. Yeah. So the things like writing the description for an asset. I guess that's why you come up with the idea. Yeah. Can you just ask an AI? um, no, I have to just ask an AI. Now I'm a little bit sketchy here because I just take the
I
llama.
actually didn't use them on my technical projects yet, just on my other hobby and side projects.
Oh, cool. What are the side projects though? So I've seen the stuff that you do on Instagram, but I think it wasn't very technical. This is cool. Um, yeah.
stuff to support my political and philosophical beliefs.
Ooh. So what are your? So I don't want to go into political space on stream. I really love to read and think about politics. But political discussions turn me off lately because I think they kind of get too much away from the middle, and there's too much blaming and hate, and I try to stay away from that. But what are your political philosophical?
Like YouTube videos and articles.
Yeah. What are your philosophical beliefs? Oh, I also want to do some YouTube videos. I actually have a project started with the YouTube videos, which is only about game design documentation. Yeah, and I just don't have the time to finish that video. So yeah, but I'm more at the point where I have to make the start to get my money in my money printing machine, would say. So for most people, the money printing machine that I say is just your regular job in balls. But if you would like to work on your own, you need to find another
Well,
money
one
printing
time I
machine.
asked a historian on Upwork to rewrite Self-Reliance by Ralph Waldo Emerson to be from a female perspective because it uses the word man a lot.
Waldo Emerson. Oh, an American philosopher. Okay, this is in German, sorry for that. Okay, that's a little bit generic description. What did did his philosophy base on? Or what kind of lessons for life did he establish?
Self-reliance is just about not conforming to things you don't believe in.
Mm-hmm. So the headlines that I find here, they are a little bit sketchy. Trying English Wikipedia, maybe I can find something that describes him better. Individualism, critical thinking. Still a little bit vague. Self-reliance. Oh, that's. Uh-huh. So you did rewrite that to include to be from the female perspective. So I know that a lot of older philosophers relied on a very male perspective when it comes to having children and a family, what a man and a woman should do. But I'm a little bit in the
open here. Yeah. So in philosophy, I actually like the Stoicism a lot because it summarizes a lot of my early thoughts, but it also criticized Stoicism a little bit for being a little bit too obedient to the flow of life. But my other thoughts, and I also know Nietzsche a little bit, but I don't like Nietzsche. He's a little bit too much into elitism. But I haven't dug deeper into the topic. So I think my opinion on philosophy is a little bit vague. Yeah, it's very vague. It's an amateur opinion. Because I think if I would really need to read books.
Much.
Yeah. Yeah. I really think philosophy should be taught in school as a basic topic because a lot of things that I have read in philosophy teach you a lot of about morals, like how morality works. And instead we had religion, for example. There's also important things that you learn in religion. So we had just to learn what kind of religions are out there. There's Christianity, Buddhism, Hinduism. Yeah, how do these world religions work, and who's more spread out, and when did the Islam rise, and have some context about that, because then you understand the world a little better. But I miss a little bit of the philosophy moral guideline that you get from different philosophies. Yeah, it's something. Yeah, sometimes miss, like people see the kind of seem to be a little bit out in the open when it comes to morals. If the feeling like morals, they are often defined on a very flexible
Virtual
manner.
Assistant can help you market your products too after you launch.
Oh yeah, that would be cool. That's one of the main things. Yeah, but I say for now, a virtual assistant is nice to have. There's also something like I have a coder who's really good, and he discussed with me to work together with me and to then have an income. Yeah, and I'm like, yeah, that would be nice, but I don't have enough income. Yeah, so we would have to go to funding from the state. Probably the German state has a lot of funding programs, which I'm also going to apply soon, where they fund developers. And we discussed about working together, but he wasn't like, yeah, he didn't wasn't like
Slicing the
getting
Pie
out.
is a good book that discusses splitting equity.
Yeah, but he didn't want to leave his job yet, so he wants to leave, but I was like, yeah. I left the company and talked to him. I never actively told anybody, just because I don't think it's right to leave the company and made a recommendation, because I know a lot of
I try
guys.
to do 50-50 when I do partnerships cause I want both partners to be equal.
Yeah, I don't like 50-50. I actually think you should be paid as much as you work with. But you have to make a fair. You have to be fair from the start. So when you start to work together, you have to make something out in this strategy. You either know that you will do 50-50, and you will never do 50-50. But I think it's fair if you do 60-40 and you don't know exactly, and you don't mind. I don't mind if I do 60 and he does 40 if we do 50-50. Yeah.
Yes, true, both have to put in close to same amount of effort.
Yeah. But if I hire somebody now, I do all this stuff. I made the experience with another project where I had people do the marketing, and that was in school. So in school I made videos, and I had people who suggested me the name of the tracks, the soundtracks that I would put into the video, and they were furious that they didn't get a lot of the person, and one wanted like 75%, and I was like, I'm doing 90% of the work. And they really try to take away the money and get their own share. It was absolutely a mess, and I'm like, these guys. That's why I said, like, no, that's not going to be 50-50. And had to call the teachers in, because they actively started to collect the money for the videos from classmates, and took the money for themselves, and I had to call the teachers in to step up and stop the whole thing, and got that solved. But after that I was like, okay, I have to be really careful to be exact what people get at the start. So if you start a project, you have to get the right expectation, and then the outcome has to match your expectation. So if you if you hire someone and he goes in, and I would hire somebody now, no way he would get 50%. No way. Yeah, because I already did most of the work and risk, and put my life at risk, and put in a lot of effort here. So no way somebody would now get 50%. But if I would start with a coder, and we would both just work at the same time, have the same level of code quality, 50-50, of course. Yeah. And there's another part where I'm like, not everybody has the same code quality. I've seen a lot of guys at work where are saying, no, with that code quality, I have to rank you into the junior level, and my level in expertise in Unity is above junior, and so we wouldn't get the same pay, because the code that you put out has to be reviewed, and I have to look that you refactor a little bit more. That makes me work even more. So that's something where I say, it's hard to get 50-50. On the other side, if somebody is really cracked on coding and is faster than me in coding, which is not that hard, but it's a little bit harder to be faster in coding and write good code. But if you do that, I would absolutely say, yeah, it's no problem. You write the code just faster that I do, and the quote quality is good, yeah, I would absolutely say, okay, you get more share, of course. Yeah. But it's hard to get to that point. Yeah. And then it's also who does what. If somebody does the marketing, I think it's unfair that people who do the marketing get more of the share. That's and I know in business that's very normal that the people who do business side and marketing get more. But I know from what I do now, the marketing decisions, the strategic decisions, they are easier to do than the programming. And that's why I always had the feeling like it's unfair when I write as a coder if I don't get a pay that reflects the amount of effort that I have to put in compared to somebody who just puts it in the marketplace, gives you the rights in the project, clicks himself through here, and you have your team, gives you the team role. They feel powerful and important, but they are easy to swap out for anyone else, and that's why I'm like, it feels so mean. I feel so mean. I don't want to be mean though, yeah. So I'm like, yeah, they still need to live from something. Yeah. And I don't want everybody to just get off the team.
Always talk to a lawyer before splitting equity. There's a lot of tricks your partner can do.
Oh, really? Yeah. And if you
like buy the equity pool for cheap.
Yeah, that was with the in your example. Yeah. The bad thing is I actually disagree on that a little bit. I think if you have a good person, a good guy, that is what you should aim for. You will find he will be contribute and try to split fair. And then you don't have to write down that many rules. You still should be able to tell him from the start what to expect and match that expectation. Yeah, like when you tell this at the beginning, we track the hours a little bit. We go into Discord and just go into a channel when we work, and we are looking a little bit into that this matches, or be looking at the line, at the amount of code. It's a little bit tricky with the amount of code because you can write more code lines without contributing as much, and sometimes you get stuck, and that's also cool. And if you can be forgiving with that, I'm more forgiving with if somebody gets stuck. Some other people are not. But if you say, okay, we just generally put in the same amount of effort, we split 50-50. If you are sick, I don't know, bro. If you get a depression, I can't pay you that much. Yeah, sorry. Or if you suddenly don't enjoy the project anymore, sorry. You have to find that way. But I think with good people, they will come up and say that by themselves. And if you have a good guy, you don't have to make that many rules, actually. So it's more important to find good people who will try to be fair by themselves than to rely on that many rules. The rule is, yeah, because the the bad guys, you can make as many rules as you want. If somebody is a bad guy and they cheat and they cheat a lot, they can find it's easier to find ways to cheat, to work hard. Yeah, if you cheat, cheating is always that's how cheating works and why a lot of people do it. It's because it's easier, and trying to catch all the ways that somebody can cheat is going to drive you into a hole where you make too many rules for the good guys to function. If you have to track the hours and write down every time you make your work, it's going to cost you something. Now you say, yeah, that's maybe okay. Now you track the lines of code. Immediately there's a problem because lines of code does not equal code quality, and you review the code. Yeah, okay. So you should review anyway if you work together, because that's cool. And then you know what the other guy is doing and know what kind of functions he does, and talk about that a little bit and help each other. But you can run up into people who then try to put out as many code lines as possible. So you won't. Yeah, and then you need more rules and rules and rules upon this. Yeah, and that's why I'm a little bit skeptical with trying to make too many rules. I would always try to rely more on having good guys and rely on their personality than to rule out the cheaters.
Don't trust anyone, not even family.
I wouldn't trust family because they can't code
I've
at
had
all.
bad experiences.
Yeah, me too. Yeah. Even though I think you're working at a bigger scale and bigger pay scale than me. But yeah, when I've been working with our people, I've had projects where I had people that where their contribution was negative, and it's really hard to do, but it's possible. I had somebody who was just writing a saving system in a project, and he couldn't get it done. It was his only task to write a saving system, and it was a really amateurish saving system that I requested. And he was like, I can't get Unity to work, and the tutorials say they are old and they don't work, and I can't get this. And I solved the problem. He talked like that for 2 months and didn't do anything, and I solved the problems in 2 hours in front of him. In 2 hours I did that. And another guy was like, let's kick this guy out and complain. And I was like, yeah, it's going to cost too much time. We are just going to roll up the project like this and then don't work together with him anymore. That worked out, and everything was fine. But you can have negative contribution to a team effort just by spamming. That's why I say, yeah, look for the good guys, the bad guys. The worst part about trying to find the right people is you can't find that out in the initial pitch. When you pitch with people, I generally have the problem that I can't find the bad guys and the good guys, because everybody knows what to say and how to behave in the interview. Or when you meet first, and generally people who are not working that well put more time and effort into appearing like the good guys. So, and that's how it works. So it's harder to get
When
to get
someone
them.
offers investment, always calculate how much of your time is worth that money and then consider whether that time is worth that equity they are requesting.
Mhm. Okay, thanks for the tip. I will keep that in mind. But I will.
Seed investors want 25 for 30K.
Is that fair? So what would you consider fair?
Not fair.
Mhm. So how much would
Your
you
company
consider?
should be worth millions.
So how does it work then? Do you then talk to them and try to get them to the right value, or just do you just
I don't have an exact number,
Mhm.
it depends on what you consider as your salary.
Ah, I see. Yeah. Okay, yeah, I keep that in mind. Because there's one thing in funding programs. So there's German funding programs, and as I said, I want to apply to them. Now already researched some, but I still have to prepare. A lot of them are all work like this, that you go to a bank and get a credit, and they cover up like 80% of the credit if your product doesn't work. Yeah, that's something like where I'm like, it's not what I want. It's yeah. But I haven't read if there's also something that gets in investors. But for me, the state, for example, is a good investor because the funding by a state is a little bit more on the fair side, since they also give you a little bit of free money in a lot of funding programs, and that's something that's just more reliable and what I'm searching for right now. So for my, because I'm just starting up to get more money in, I'm just trying to get reliable money in before I can even try to get investors or something. When I would try to get an investor, I would also have to make a good projection of how much money I would make. And currently, because I have this out, I cannot guarantee that this makes enough money to be worth the time. Yeah. So because most of the project in this market space will fail, in not in terms of what they give in return, but in terms of no, not in terms of if they are released. Okay, that's also the one thing. But in terms of if they make back their money, I'm also not very positive on if this project gives back enough money. I'm not positive about that. Yeah. So that's a little bit like playing lottery. If you do it enough times, yes, if I do this for a couple of years, I know for sure that I can live from this, but I don't have enough time and money to just work for free. So after I finish this, I will put this into GitHub, and if I completely fail, I just get a job and save up some money. But I probably will work for a company for uh, about 3 years, yeah, at least. That's my mindset. And I also would say I would aim for 3 years to work for a company, and rest my projects then, because if you I think if you don't intend to work 3 years, you're not taking it seriously, and you have to kind of take this project or working for a company seriously to contribute there. I wouldn't go in just to take the money, but I would. I really like to go in to do something useful at work. Let's say it like that. Yeah, that's why I also value the projects that have been successful more than projects where I know that they failed. And often it's because of management issues, and I really disvalue that. Yeah. Okay. Now I'm going to change the name into Brushforge because I'm no then I have to research. How do you research if the name is taken if you can't name something like that? Sure. Just ask the AI. And that's a check. Okay, I also did this in the Unity Asset Store. Then the second, trademark search. Okay, let's open a new window. I will just go through the procedure here and look if there's if the name is protected. Don't really know what this is. Okay. And look at this. No result. Uh, these are names. It's a little bit. Trademark search system. Unput and Equify results. Okay, it says do a database search for Brushforge in class 9 and class 28. What? Oh, these are classes. Oh, okay. So can I give this a class? Hmm. Okay, I'm just manually searching through here. Class 9 is not taken. class 28. There's a result. Word mark Trotsova. Okay, that's not a problem. Okay, so this doesn't have Brushforge as a trademark. Like another search here. McDonald's. Okay, then I really get McDonald's. Coke. I think Coke is Coke is visual. Just trying to find out how the system works. I'm not sure why there's a lot of things registered for Coca-Cola. I think there's only one Coca-Cola. Okay, so that's something interesting to learn. Somebody is named Coca-Cola and he makes bedding, drinking straws. Okay, maybe Coca-Cola itself. Clocks. Or maybe is this toys that they like Coca-Cola sells? I always thought that that the whole name is protected, that you can't use this. I'm a little bit irritated. So Brushforge seems to work. Results are weird though. Okay, so next thing is Eurolex. What's that? Okay. McDonald's. Okay, no, I have a hashtag inside. I didn't want that. Typo. Okay. And the results are not what I want. And it doesn't know what McDonald's is, then it's a little bit suspicious. Hmm. Oh dear. Mm-hmm. Okay. It doesn't find anything for Brushforge, but for other brands. So this one, I'm not sure if this is how official it is. And this one would point. So the research form for now seems like Brushforge is okay. Okay, let's look again. Okay, social media availability and domains. So now the domain is taken. Brushforge. The domain is taken. Don't actually want to mess with these guys. I know they do something in the gaming space. Yeah, I should have concentrated on that first. I think that's I think it's kind of mean to name my asset the same as they do name their name their brand. 2020. Now there's one thing I have to look up. Are they popular? Are they popular? 200 followers. It's not popular. So minor companies don't count. Why do I say 200 followers? Let's see myself. I have 179 followers, and that's not a lot. I'm literally not any social media poster at all. Blah blah blah. Okay. But they did a lot of social media stuff. That's what. It's kind of meh. So I think these are is a minor company. I have to look if are they. I think this probably is just a guy who tries and is starting. That's kind of mean. I don't want to be mean to him. But I think they are dead. I think they are dead. Yeah, that also. What the okay. Okay, they don't. Let's. They have zero 0 posts, but 200 followers. That's suspicious. That's really suspicious. It's like but you can get 200 followers from your family and friends. It's not. So I wouldn't say this has to be bots. A lot of people would say, okay, these 200 followers, these are bots. But if you would buy bots, you would go to. Okay, we would probably post first, because if you have no posts and have 2,000 followers, that's too suspicious. Yeah, people who try to get their numbers up with bots, not good guys, not good guys. So we see that their last post, they have stopped their activity 6 years ago. So I think they're dead. Yeah, that's all that I can point to. Okay, so the name is free again. Just the domain is taken. Something that I can keep in mind. I don't want to. I don't want to go to social media thing.
Imagine if I listen what I hate.
Okay, 2022. He's just. I don't think this is a guy from Brushforge though. Maybe he is, but we see that the domain is dead. Maybe they tried a thing. I think these are just guys who wanted to try their own company. Yeah. And flopped. That's what it looks like. The trade, there seems to be no trademark, but the name is taken. Domain seems to be I can't find any information on what Brushforge is supposed to be. The activity on the domain and also find activity accounts named Brushforge on Twitter, Facebook, YouTube, and social media seems to have started 5 years ago. So I'm tending more to just taking the risk and going with the name. Domain inactive and has a risk. It's likely abandoned but still owned. So I don't want to make a site named Brushforge. Future reactivation could confuse the audience. Yeah, there's a risk here. Inactive, similar risk, but less critical than the domain. No trademark. So this points to trying to purchase the domain. Okay. If I just proceed, it says risky. Okay. It's going to be to cost a lot of time. Yeah, that's what I hate. That's what I hate about all that trademark stuff. There's a lot of time that goes out into nowhere. Watch brush. I mean, another attempt would be just come up with a similar name. Let's just try. Can you come up? Painter Forge? Scriptable Forge? Similar. Or the Brushforge spin or additional word. Yeah, okay. Rush engine would be nice. This thing, not really. Trademark search. Patents 1. Okay. That's not a problem. And we can go into this. Trademark search. Okay, brush engine. Ah, damn. It's not the same. But it's also every time that I put effort in finding the name and come up with the ideal name, I look up the name and then it's like, that doesn't work. Washforge Studio. Washforge Pro for free. That's something as you wouldn't expect. Okay, brush. A free brush. Brush. Does anything have Pro inside? I think if you have Pro inside, you're not free. Oh. Yeah, can I also free Pro something in Switcher Pro? No, I don't like Pro. Okay, I think if I made Pro, I would. It just suggests that this is something that you can pay more for. Paint Foundry, Brushcraft, Studio. Oh, Prefab Painter, something that is already taken. It's like this named most. I think this is the worst day I had so far, because I'm just generally stuck with no productivity at all, just because of the name. But that is it's just the way it is. Yeah, I have to accept that. I think I should give it something in front. Ah. Brush Studio, Brush Toolkit. If I name it Brush Studio, Scriptable Painter is better. Scriptable Painter is also not taken. I don't know. I need to think about this. I go with Brushforge, I pretty much rule out that it could ever become a big thing, because all the media sites have been taken. Which is kind of a no-go. Like the links on Brushforge. I like Brush Engine. It should have Brush in the name. The second name should be little playful though. Just try. Okay, this is going to take a while. I really need me to make a call, but it's maybe the most stupid thing that I've been spending my time on. I'm running out of time. I need to cook, and I can't decide. Yeah. Uh, it starts to the AI starts to hallucinate. Brush Studio, Brushcraft. Pretty sure this name is taken. Bushcraft is not taken. Why? Okay. What? It's actually a good name. And maybe it's not taken because it reminds too much of Warcraft or Starcraft. Frostbloom is a no. Hmm. Yay, I have my solution. Just add an R. Bushforger. Okay, we have the name. It's going to be the name. Okay. I'm just going to make one last search into the trademark thing, and if I need to stop the discussion here. The discussion with myself. I don't just probably the most boring discussion I had so far. And look if the name is taken. Where do I have the? There's it. Bushforger. Is that taken? No. Can we find that name? No, it's not found. It's over here. No patent, no trademark. Okay, no website. Okay, that's cool. So Bushforger is the name. Just add an R and we're done. Okay, it's Bushforger. Yeah, and we're done. I'm done. Bushforger. Yeah. I should ask the AI one more time. Oh no, now the window has closed. And yeah, I think it lost all of the things. So I just going out there. I'm just running out of time. I can't I can't just argue. Yeah, AI. The only thing is, would it recognize the this as a real thing? Just say if it says no. Okay, without context, it can't judge. Yes. Okay, there's a it's like misinterpretation for a forger. What does it mean? Well, I think that's okay. Okay. I think it's not as good as Brushforge, but yeah. Can't have nice things nowadays. And I want the name maybe to be smaller. And this is going to be the main logo. Yeah. There's no more time left. No more time left for discussion. Get the name here. Proceed. So this is going to be the last thing I do today. A bit of training. This is a little bit frustrating, but I should maybe find my chi or something. And get over it. Because good work takes good time. The other side, productivity is how much good work you do in the amount of time. So yeah. Okay, now I have to find where I reference the logo. Just can't find the Forger logo. Why though? Okay, there it is. So yeah, looks nicer. Looks nice. I think it's a little bit too big. I can adjust the scale inside of the project. Don't need to scale down the image. Yeah, but okay, that's at least we are back into the Unity space. Because yeah, I don't like the marketing aspect too much. So the part where you put the thing into the asset store. It's also when I publish something on Steam or other asset stores. That's the part I like the least. that concludes the stream for today. So, yeah, that's a little bit of a downer. But I have to eat now. And I can get the rename asset task out. Now I'm I'm a little bit meh like this. Once I stick with the name, I came up with the name Scriptable Painter first, and I'm like, yeah, that's the name. Then I'm like, Brushforge, yeah, that's the name, and then Brushforger, and I'm like, man, that's like the child you didn't want to have. But since the time is it's taking too much time to come up with more names, and I'm researching, and is a name taken. This has been the name that seems to be ticking most of the boxes. It's short. I can reuse it for the extensions. It's not too technical, so it doesn't turn off people. Just like Forge was so much better. Yeah, but with this Scriptable Painter, it would be hard to sell to describe the extensions when the extensions don't have when you don't have a good base name. I just think that having Scriptable Painter, even if you write it like this, it's too long. And with extensions, Brushforger, Pearlx Brush, Terrain Brush, you would still get the idea. And with Forger, it would you get what this thing does. You make brushes, yeah, and then you need to read the details. So we still have the description after the name, customizable prefab. So a scriptable prefab brush-based system. No, a scriptable open customizable, a scriptable open prefab brush core. Yeah. So we narrowed that down. This is really something that I'm out of time. I actually skipped dinner for today. Have to skip. I don't have the time to cook because I need to go to do my training job. Yeah, that's bad. I should say that I absolutely think that is the ass name that I need. Yeah, and it's okay. I think that's an okay name. I have to make some compromises, and I think it's good that the name is unique, descriptive. Yeah. Okay. So, thank you for tuning in or watching the VOD. I'll be off, going to maybe eat a snack. I can't eat now because I'm running out of time. And yeah, thank you for tuning in, and see you back next time. I'm out for today, and then we'll try to get the last task done. Goodbye.